Why, hello. Ah, Ghost, you can't smooth talk like that. That's not allowed. That was very smooth. Ah, monkey. But hello, everyone. How's your Thursday going? How was your Easter? Science requires evidence. Okay. My evidence? I have thunder thighs. Thunder thighs are not cute. Only my brain is smoother. Oh, let me get. Oh, where's the spirit?
I got Ghost playing is so smooth. Once a thought gets rolling, he never stops.
Oh, what's your problem? Fix yourself. It's fine. I didn't make any changes when I had it on the Steam Deck. Let's see. I'm addicted to Oblivion again. I feel like I'm an early teen again. Send help. No helpers. No helpers. Make sure it captures the right browser. It's not capturing the right browser. There we go. Alright, we are good. Hello. Oh wait, I forgot to read that message. And the studies I mentioned have reliable sources. Who's the reliable source, Ghost? You must share your sources. I started play Rain World myself. Ooh. On a scale of 1 to 10. Hi Hayden, loves Hayden. Has good lurk. Hayden, good suitor buddy. Hayden, just good buddy. It is a 10. Nom 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 nom. They made burritos today. They were really good. Yes, permission to post. Oh, fuck off, Ghost. You twat. Shut up. I am currently troubled by a farting condor. Yes, those farting condors will get you. Let's see. Gaming capture. Let's go over here. I'm gonna start with Nico's wig today because I did some setting off stream. One moment. Okay. Sorry about that. But yeah, I started it, for some reason, I just couldn't bring myself to finish taking the notes here. Like I said, the last 2 days I've been in a bad headspace. It's been difficult. But life goes on. So yeah, we'll finish this. Man, I love Rain World. The way the game's ecosystem works is so cool. Is that the game? That's the game that you got me, right, Drake? No, where's the search? Why was it hidden? That's weird. It was hidden on my Steam list. Weird. Yeah, that is the game that you got me. I need to add this to add to stream games because I want to stream that. There, now it's on my stream list on my Steam. That way so I don't forget. That's weird that was in my hiddens though. I really want to get the DLC to co-op. Ooh. Co-op these nuts. Where's my notebook? Okay. Well, every say bye to Dave. Off to driving school he goes. He's gonna go boom boom. He go boom boom. Shh, you go boom boom.
Let's be away.
Ghost says bye, Stinky.
I don't stink. Ghost, I know how a shower works. So, don't need to soap, but it had soap on the label.
Ghost says don't become a BMW driver. I don't know what that means.
BMW is German old. They're expensive. They're like Mercedes. The difference is, if you buy a Mercedes, you're upper class. If you buy a BMW, you're most likely an asshole who likes fast cars.
What if you just like fast cars, but you're not an asshole?
And then you buy a Porsche, or a faster Mercedes, or a normal BMW. But tell me that most of our cars are BMW. You can tell him, Ghost, no worries. I learned in a Mini.
He does. He drives a Mini. It's like the only one of the only cars they have that will fit him.
Any Mini, but the smallest Mini they have.
It's the smallest. It's the only car that fits him.
No, it's the smallest Mini. They have different Minis. I have the smallest one.
It's the smallest one because it's the only one that fits
I hate to break it to you, I got a new teacher and a new car probably too. BMW one.
Ooh, now you're gonna be an asshole.
No, the thing is BMW ones are specifically built for taller people.
Damn it, Ghost. Ghost says, if you ever need tips, let me know. I don't have a driving license, but I got gold on most license tests in Gran Turismo.
Oh, I thought he was telling me about how it feels to be small, but that looks good.
Okay, Roadrunner. He's still walking to like the bathroom going meep 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 meep. Okay, so I'm here now. There we go. Come on. Come. Hold on, yeah. Actually, we're probably gonna finish the notes here and then move to ASMR because it's easier for me to do ASMR when Dave's not around. What? You don't have to be quiet. You're welcome. I'm so nice.
Meep meep.
They put Dave in the clown car because he's so big he takes the place of 15 clowns. Look, I don't want to brag, but I can do some solid drifts in
Guys, you way it goes. Once I meant to unfold my legs on that car.
What are you setting up, Ghosty? Oh, no, that was the wrong word. Not article. I'll strip him. The mic and stuff. The mic and stuff for what?
Meep meep.
I believe it, Dave.
See you later, alligators.
In a wild crocodile. I'm in the second train home. Soon I'm free to game and eat kebab. Nice. Vervenden. Vervenden. Zum Beispiel Oh, just a little gaming. Okay. Are you gonna stream, Ghosty? Dave is now gone, yes. God, I'm dumb. I wrote the wrong part of the second sentence. Einsam zu sein. Oh, that's fair, Ghosty. I bet when Dave tries the mini, he looks like one of the small warrior charms. I bet so too. Oh, that's fair, Ghosty. Jesus Christ, I cannot write today. I think it's because of my contacts. My contacts are like fucking up. Oh well, send me pics of your setup, boo-woo. You'll be home soon, Drake. I won't if you say it like that. Wow. God damn it, I love Dave. I love Dave so much. He just DM'd me just to tell me that he actually saw a mouse outside. You're so cute. Dave, who is Dave? Oh, just this weird guy I live with. He likes cookies. I'll tell him to bring them. I think Lucy would have a heyday with that. I'd rather the mouse not die. Speaking of, I have Lucy pictures I need to post because she was all cuddly with me the last couple days. Let's see. They always ask who is Dave, but never how is Dave. You became the Lord of Pigeons. Okay, curious. Yeah, so we need to slay you for the title. I was waiting a Bavarian slice on the riverside. Few pigeons came to me, but I couldn't give them anything as I was still on the super sugary top part. What's a Bavarian slice? When I finished that and the cream middle, I broke the bottom layer to pieces and... Aww. Did I have a... Oh, the pig ear, pastries? With, like, the chocolate tips? Big legs and... Big head video. Die guckt ja so kurz in. Okay, yeah, those. Okay, yes, I have had them. They're okay. They're not my favorite. Dave loves them. And then picture from Ghosty. Oh, those. Never seen anything like it. I mean, yeah, he's with me. You gotta be careful feeding the wildlife, Ghosty. Before you know it, you'll end up with like a Zuzu or a Dave or a, God forbid, a Hachi. Oh, okay, let me stretch for a second. I hate taking notes. I'm upset because I get the feeling I'm gonna run out of my paper in my notebook. So I'm not gonna be able to fit all my A1 through B1 stuff in one notebook, and it's gonna piss me off. Because I'm stupidly stubborn. Dave is no longer here. Dave went to his driving school. Fahrschule. So, Ghosty, if you move over to Germany, I have to be careful then, right? Or Dave. Ah, a dirty joke, a dirty joke. Let's get it. Let's pull up my list of dirty jokes. Okay, this one's terrible, absolutely terrible, and I love it so freaking much. Yeah, I can do that. Do you actually want me to do it? Oh, my eyeballs, I'm having a hard time seeing. I might need to go check it. Change out my contacts. Okay, so... My neighbors recently called me a pervert. This upset me so much, the cactus almost slipped out of my ass. Yep, that's it. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then, oh no, the really neat thing is when you get into the higher numbers of German. So it's 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Then, this is where it changes. 21. So 1 and 20. 22, 2 and 20. It takes some getting used to hearing German number. There's nothing to fear. but it's isn't silicone the thing they put on a dog's neck to stop them from looking in bad places or for comedic effect? Well, I mean, it's also fake boobies. So, silicone is a lot of things. But remember, we don't judge here. All booba is good booba. What? My eyeball. Hang on, I'm seeing if my contacts can adjust. I don't know what the deal is with my contacts today. Remember, chat, the best booba is the one you can kiss, hold, and cherish. This is true. All booba? No, a little village of dongs holds out. There is nothing wrong with itty bitty titty committee. Itty bitty titties are nifty too. Yes, we do. There. You know, it was crazy when I was getting my model commissioned. The modeler, Chelky. She was like, so, don't you want the boobs bigger? And I was like, oh god, no. No, 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 no. I want my boobs to be realistically proportionate. Well, you have to look through the boob to see the heart. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't get the mic in time. Thank you, guys. Okay, let's switch over to ASMR. Well, I totally forgot to start the starting clock anyway, so it does not matter. Oh my goodness. Dankeschön. I wouldn't call Anne of Green Gables sexy. If Anne of Green Gables gets you off, I am questioning you heavily. An 11-year-old redhead should not get you off. And if it does, please leave. I'm not okay with that. Actually, no, please let me know who you are and your address and phone number, and then leave. What I do with that information is for me to know. Yeah, I didn't think you quite knew what Anne of Green Gables was about. Anne of Green Gables is about an 11-year-old orphan girl. Okay, let's change the category. And then let me get our background noise. Maybe a little ghosty. Okay, there we go. Okie dokie, Drake. Be safe. Ah, I really gotta redo my blend shapes on this. That eye goes nuts way too easily. Oh, well. Alright, everybody. Welcome back to the reading of Anne of Green Gables. I believe now we are at chapters 22 and 23. Let me double check. No, 23 and 24. My mistake. If you're watching this on YouTube, please don't forget to like and subscribe. If you're here on Twitch, don't forget to leave a follow if you like the book or the reading or the rainy noises. Anyways, let's begin. Anne comes to grief in an affair of honor. Anne had to live through more than 2 weeks as it happened, almost a month having elapsed since the liniment cake episode. It was high time for her to get into fresh trouble of some sort. Little mistakes, such as absent-mindedly emptying a pan of skim milk into a basket of yarn balls in the pantry instead of into the pig's bucket, and walking clean over the edge of the log bridge into the brook while wrapped in an imaginative reverie, not really being worth counting. A week after the tea at the Mancy's, Diana Barry gave a party. Small and select, Anne assured Marilia, just the girls in our class. They had a very good time, and nothing untoward happened until after tea, when they found themselves in the Barry garden, a little tired of all their games and ripe from any enticing form of mischief which might present itself. This presently took the form of daring. Daring was the fashionable amusement among the Avalonian small fry just then. It had begun among the boys, but soon spread to the girls, and all the silly things that were done in Avalonia that summer, because the doers thereof were dared to do them, would fill a book by themselves. First of all, Carrie Stallone dared Ruby Gillis to climb to a certain point in the huge old willow tree before the front door, which Ruby Gillis, albeit in mortal dread of the fat green caterpillars with which said the tree was infested, and with the fear of her mother before her eyes if she should tear her new muslin dress, nimbly did, to the discomfiture of the aforesaid Carrie Sloane. Then Josie Pye dared Jane Andrews to hop on her left leg around the garden without stopping once or putting her right foot to the ground, which Jane Andrews gamely tried to do, but gave out at the third corner and had to confess herself defeated. Josie's triumph being rather more pronounced than good taste permitted, Anne Shirley dared her to walk along the top of the board fence which bounded the garden to the east. Now, to walk board fences required more skill and steadiness of head and heel than one might suppose who has never tried it. But Josie Pye, if deficient in some qualities that make for popularity, had at least a natural and inborn gift, duly cultivated, for walking board fences. Josie walked the Barry fence with an airy unconcern which seemed to imply that a little thing like that wasn't worth a dare. Reluctant admiration greeted her exploit, for the most of the other girls could appreciate it, having suffered many things themselves in their efforts to walk fences. Josie descended from her perch, flushed with victory, and darted a defiant glance at Anne. Anne tossed her red braids. I don't think it's such a very wonderful thing to walk a little low board fence, she said. I knew a girl in Marysville who could walk the ridge pole of a roof. I don't believe it, said Josie flatly. I don't believe anybody could walk a ridge pole. You couldn't, anyhow. Couldn't I? Cried Anne rashly. Then I dare you to do it, said Josie defiantly. I dare you to climb up there and walk the ridge pole of Mr. Barry's kitchen roof. Anne turned pale, but there was clearly only one thing to be done. She walked toward the house where a ladder was leaning against the kitchen roof. All the fifth-class girls said, "Ooh," partly in excitement, partly in dismay. Don't you do it, Anne, entreated Diana. You'll fall off and be killed. Never mind Josie Pye. It isn't fair to dare anybody to do anything so dangerous. I must do it. My honor is at stake, said Anne solemnly. I shall walk that ridge pole, Diana, or perish in the attempt. If I am killed, you are to have my pearl bead ring. Okie dokie, ghosty, have fun. And I will do the care package. Anne climbed the ladder amid breathless silence, gained the ridgepole, balanced herself uprightly on that precarious footing, and started to walk along it. Dizzily conscious that she was uncomfortably high up in the world, and that walking ridgepoles was not a thing in which your imagination helped you out much. Nevertheless, she managed to take several steps before the catastrophe came. Then she swayed, lost her balance, stumbled, staggered, and fell, sliding down over the sun-baked roof and crashing off of it through the tangle of Virginia creeper beneath, all before the dismayed circle below could give a simultaneous, terrified shriek. If Anne had tumbled off the roof on the side up which she had ascended, Diana would probably have fallen heir to the pearl bead ring then and there. Fortunately, she fell on the other side, where the roof extended down over the porch so nearly to the ground that a fall therefrom was a much less serious thing. Nevertheless, when Diana and the other girls had rushed frantically around the house, except Ruby Gillis, who remained as if rooted to the ground and went into hysterics, they found Anne lying all white and limp among the wreck and ruin of the Virginia creeper. Anne, are you killed? Shrieked Diana, throwing herself on her knees beside her friend. Oh, Anne, dear Anne, speak just one word to tell me, and tell me if you're killed. To the immense relief of all the girls, and especially of Josie Pye, who, in spite of lack of imagination, had been seized with a horrible vision of a future branded as the girl who was the cause of Anne Shirley's early and tragic death, Anne sat dizzily up and answered uncertainly, No, Diana, I am not killed, but I think I am rendered unconscious. Where? Sobbed Carrie Sloane. Oh, where, Anne? Before Anne could answer, Mrs. Barry appeared on the scene. At sight of her, Anne tried to scramble to her feet, but sank back again with a sharp cry of pain. What's the matter? Where have you hurt yourself? Demanded Mrs. Barry. My ankle, gasped Anne. Oh, Diana, please find your father and ask him to take me home. I know I can never walk there, and I'm sure I couldn't hop so far on one foot when Jane couldn't even hop around the garden. Marilia was out in the orchard picking a pan full of summer apples when she saw Mr. Barry coming over the long log bridge and up the slope, with Mrs. Barry beside him, and a whole procession of little girls trailing after him. In his arms he carried Anne, whose head lay limply against his shoulder. At that moment, Marilia had a revelation. In the sudden stab of fear that pierced her very heart, she realized what Anne had come to mean to her. She would have admitted that she liked Anne, nay, that she was very fond of Anne, but now she knew, as she hurried widely down the slope, that Anne was dearer to her than anything else on earth. "Mr. Barry, what has happened to her?" she gasped, more white and shaken than the self-contained, sensible Marilia had been for many years. Anne herself answered, lifting her head. "Don't be frightened, Marilia. I was walking the ridgepole and I fell off. I expect I've sprained my ankle. But Marilia, I might have broken my neck. Let us look on the bright side of things. I might have known you'd go and do something of the sort when I let you go to that party," said Marilia, sharp and shrewish in her very relief. "Bring her in here, Mr. Barry, and lay her on the surface. Mercy me, the child has gone and fainted." It was quite true. Overcome by the pain of her injury, Anne had one more of her wishes granted to her. She had fainted dead away. Matthew, hastily summoned from the harvest field, was straightway dispatched for the doctor, who in due time came, to discover that the injury was more serious than they supposed. Anne's ankle was broken. That night, when Marilia went up to the east gable, where a white-faced girl was lying, a plaintive voice greeted her from the bed. "Aren't you very sorry for me, Marilia?" "It was your own fault," said Marilia, twitching down the blind and lighting a lamp. "And that is just why you should be sorry for me," said Anne, "because the thought that it is all my own fault is what makes it so hard. If I could blame it on anybody, I would feel so much better. But what would you have done, Marilia, if you had been dared to walk a ridgepole?" "I have stayed on good firm ground and let them dare away. Such absurdity," said Marilia. Anne sighed. "But you have strength of mind, Marilia. I haven't. I just felt that I couldn't bear Josie Pyle's scorn. She would have crowed over me all my life, and I think I have been punished so much that you needn't be very cross with me, Marilia. It's not a bit nice to faint, after all, and the doctor hurt me dreadfully when he was setting my ankle. I won't be able to go around for 6 or 7 weeks, and I'll miss the new lady teacher. She won't be new any more by that time. I'm able to go to school, and Gil, everybody will get ahead of me in class. Oh, I am an afflicted mortal, but I'll try to bear it bravely, if only you won't be cross with me, Marilia." There, I'm not cross. You're an unlucky child, there's no doubt about that. As you say, you'll have the suffering of it. Here now, try and eat some supper. Isn't it fortunate I've got such an imagination? It'll help me through splendidly, I suspect. What do people who haven't any imagination do when they break their bones, do you suppose, Marilia? Anne had good reason to bless her imagination many a time, and oft during the tedious 7 weeks that followed. But she was not solely dependent on it. She had many visitors, and not a day passed without one or more of the schoolgirls dropping in, tripping her flowers and books, and to tell her all the happenings in the juvenile world of Analovia. "Everybody has been so good and kind, Marilia," sighed Anne happily, on the day where she could first limp across the floor. "It isn't very pleasant to be laid up, but there's a bright side to it, Marilia. You find out how many friends you have. Why, even Superintendent Bell came to see me, and he's a really fine man. Not a kindred spirit, of course, but still, I like him, and I'm awfully sorry I ever criticized his prayers. I believe now he really does mean them, only he's got into the habit of saying them as if he didn't. He could get over that if he'd take a little trouble. I gave him a good broad hint. I told him how hard I tried to make my own little private prayers. Interesting. He told me all about the time he broke his ankle when he was a boy. It does seem so strange to think of Superintendent Bell ever being a boy. Even my imagination has its limits, for I can't imagine that. When I try to imagine him as a boy, I see him with gray whiskers and spectacles, just as he looks in Sunday school, only small. Now, it's so easy to imagine Mrs. Allen as a little girl. Mrs. Allen has been to see me 14 times. Isn't that something to be proud of, Maria? When a minister's wife has so many claims on her time, she is such a cheerful person to have visit you, too. She never tells you it's your own fault, and she hopes you'll be a better girl on account of it. Mrs. Linda always told me that when she came to see me, and she said it in a kind of way that made me feel she might hope I'd be a better girl, but didn't really believe I would. Even Josie Pye came to see me. I received her as politely as I could, because I think she was sorry she dared me to walk the ridgepole. If I had been killed, she would have had to carry a dark burden of remorse all her life. Diana has been a faithful friend. She's been over every day to cheer my lonely pillow. But oh, I shall be so glad when I can go to school, for I've heard such exciting things about the new teacher. The girls all think she is perfectly sweet. Diana says she has the loveliest fair curly hair and such fascinating eyes. She dresses beautifully, and her sleeve puffs are bigger than anybody else's in Analovia. Every other Friday afternoon she has recitations, and everybody has to say a piece or take part in a dialogue. Oh, it's just glorious to think of it. Josie Pye says she hates it, but that is just because Josie Pye has so little imagination. Diana and Ruby Gillis and Jane Andrews are preparing a dialogue called A Morning Visit for next Friday. And the Friday afternoons they don't have recitations. Miss Stacy takes them all to the woods for a field day, and they study ferns and flowers and birds. And they have physical culture exercise too, every morning and evening. Mrs. Linda says she's never heard of such goings-on, and it all comes of having a lady teacher. But I think it must be splendid, and I believe I shall find that Miss Stacy is a kindred spirit. There is one thing plain to see, Anne, said Maria, and that is your fall off the berry roof hasn't injured your tongue at all. Chapter 24. No, 25. I don't know, I'm confused. Miss Stacy and her pupils get up a concert. It was October again, when Anne was ready to go back to school. A glorious October, all red and gold, with mellow mornings when the valleys were filled with delicate mists as if the spirit of autumn had poured them in from the sun to drain. Amethyst, pearl, silver, rose, and smoke blue. The dews were so heavy that the fields glistened like cloth of silver, and there were such heaps of rustling leaves in the hollows of many-stemmed woods to run crisply through. The birch path was a canopy of yellow, and the ferns were sere and brown all along it. There was a tang in the very air that inspired the hearts of small maidens tripping, unlike snails, swiftly and willingly to school. And it was jolly to be back again at the little brown desk beside Diana, with Ruby Gillis nodding across the aisle, and Carrie Sloane sending up notes, and Julia Bell passing a chew of gum down from the back seat. Anne drew a long breath of happiness as she sharpened her pencil and arranged her picture cards in her desk. Life was certainly very interesting. In the new teacher, she found another true and helpful friend. Miss Stacy was a bright, sympathetic young woman with the happy gift of winning and holding the affection of her pupils and bringing out the best that was in them mentally and morally. Anne expanded like a flower under this wholesome influence, and carried home to the admiring Matthew and the critical Maria glowing accounts of schoolwork and aims. I love Miss Stacy with my whole heart, Maria. She is so ladylike, and she has a sweet voice. When she pronounces my name, I feel instinctively that she is spelling it with an E. We had recitations this afternoon. I just wish you could have been there to hear me recite Mary, Queen of Scots. I just put my whole soul into it. Ruby Gillis told me coming home that way, I said the line, "Now for my father's arm," she said. My woman's heart farewell. Just made her blood run cold. Well now, you might recite it for me some of these days, out in the barn, suggested Matthew. Of course I will, said Anne meditatively. But I won't be able to do it so well. I know. I won't be so exciting as it is when you have a whole school full before you hanging breathlessly on your words. I know I won't be able to make your blood run cold. Mrs. Linda says it made her blood run cold to see the boys climbing to the very tops of those big trees on Bell's Hills after the crow's nest last Friday, said Marilia. I wonder at Miss Stacy for encouraging it. But we wanted a crow's nest for nature study, explained Anne. That was on our field afternoon. Field afternoons are splendid, Marilia. And Miss Stacy explains everything so beautifully. We have to write compositions on our field afternoons, and I write the best ones. It's very vain of you to say so, then. You'd better let your teacher say it. But she did say it, Marilia. And indeed, I'm not vain about it. How can I be, when I'm such a dunce at geometry? Although I'm really beginning to see through it a little, too. Miss Stacy makes it so clear. Still, I'll never be good at it, and I assure you it's a humbling reflection. But I love writing compositions. Mostly Miss Stacy lets us choose our own subjects. But next week we are to write a composition on some remarkable person. It's hard to choose among so many remarkable people who have lived. Mustn't it be splendid to be remarkable and have compositions about you after you're dead? Oh, I would dearly love to be remarkable. I think when I grow up, I'll be a trained nurse and go with the Red Cross to the field of battle as a messenger of mercy. That's it. If I don't go out as a foreign missionary. That would be very romantic. But one would have to be good to be a missionary, and that would be a stumbling block. We have physical culture exercise every day, too. They make you graceful and promote digestion. Promote fiddlesticks, said Marilia, who honestly thought it was all nonsense. But all the field afternoons and recitation Fridays and physical culture contortions paled before a project which Miss Stacy brought forward in November. This was that the scholars of Analodia's school should get up a concert and hold it in the hall on Christmas night for the laudable purpose of helping to pay for a schoolhouse flag. The pupils, all taking graciously to the plan, the preparations for a program were begun at once. And all of the excited performers elect, none was so excited as Anne Shirley, who threw herself into the undertaking heart and soul, hampered as she was by Marilia's disapproval. Marilia thought it all rank foolishness. It's just filling your heads up with nonsense and taking time that ought to be put on your lessons, she grumbled. I don't approve of children's getting up concerts and racing about to practices. It makes them vain and forward and fond of gating. But think of the worthy object, pleaded Anne. A flag will cultivate a spirit of patriotism, Marilia. Fudge. There's precious little patriotism in the thoughts of any of you. All you want is a good time. Well, when you can combine patriotism and fun, isn't that all right? Of course, it's real nice to be getting up a concert. We're going to have 6 choruses, and Diana is to sing a solo. I am in 2 dialogues, the Society for the Suppression of Gossip and the Fairy Queen. The boys are going to have to dialogue too, and I'm to have 2 recitations, Marilia. I just tremble when I think of it. But it's a nice, thrilly kind of tremble. And we're to have a tableau at the last, Faith, Hope, and Charity. Diana, Ruby, and I are to be in it, all draped in white with flowing hair. I'm to be Hope, with my hands clasped, so, and my eyes uplifted. I'm going to practice my recitations in the garret. Don't be alarmed if you hear me groaning. I have to groan heart-rendingly in one of them, and it's really hard to get up a good artistic groan, Marilia. Hi, Stephen. Thanks for the pats. I'll do a care package. hope you're doing well, Steven. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, here we were. Well, I hope the Figment is doing well. Josie Pye is sulky because she didn't get the part she wanted in the dialogue. She wanted to be the Fairy Queen. That would have been ridiculous, for who ever heard of a Fairy Queen as fat as Josie? Fairy Queens must be slender. Jane Andrews is to be the queen, and I am to be one of her maids of honor. Josie says she thinks a red-headed fairy is just as ridiculous as a fat one, but I do not let myself mind what Josie says. I'm to have a wreath of white roses on my hair, and Ruby Guileless is going to lend me her slippers because I haven't any of my own. It's necessary for fairies to have slippers, you know. You couldn't imagine a fairy wearing boots, could you? Especially with copper toes. What are you going to decorate the hall with creeping spruce and fir mottos with pink tissue paper, roses in them? And we are all to march in 2 by 2 after the audience is seated, while Emma White plays a march on the organ. Oh, Marilia, I know you're not so enthusiastic about it as I am, but don't you hope your little Anne will distinguish herself? All I hope is that you'll behave yourself. I'll be heartily glad when all this fuss is over and you'll be able to settle down. You are simply good for nothing just now with your head stuffed full of dialogues and groans and tableaus. As for your tongue, it's a marvel it's not clean worn out. Anne sighed and betook herself to the backyard, over which a young new moon was shining through the leafless poplar boughs from an apple-green western sky, and where Matthew was splitting wood. Anne perched herself on a block and talked the concert over with him, sure of an appreciative and sympathetic listener in this instance, at least. Well now, I reckon it's going to be a pretty good concert, and I expect you'll do your part just fine, he said, smiling down into her eager, vivacious little face. Anne smiled back at him. Those two were the best of friends, and Matthew thanked the stars many a time and oft that he had nothing to do with bringing her up. That was Marilia's exclusive duty. If it had been his, he would have been worried over frequent conflicts between inclination and said duty. As it was, he was free to spoil Anne, Marilia's phrasing, as much as he liked, but it was not such a bad arrangement after all. A little appreciation sometimes does quite as much good as the conscientious bringing up in the world. Chapter 25. Matthew insists on puff sleeves. So will Anne finally get her puff sleeves? I think so. I think Matthew spoils her very rotten. Okay, that does it for our Anne of Green Gables. Once again, if you're listening on Twitch, thank you so much. I appreciate it. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you. Don't forget to like and subscribe. All that jazz. Socials and stuff are linked at the bottom. And now, we're going to begin German reading. I may only do one chapter though, because still getting the hang of it. Let me go grab my book. I'll be right back. Oh, this is. Yeah, so here's me. Okay, I have returned. And for our German reading, I'm going to read a book that Dave has been reading to me, called Gevatter Tod by Terry Pratchett. We haven't gotten far in it because we take turns reading, and since I'm quite a bit slower. But so far, I've really, really enjoyed this book, and I think you guys will too. Also, as a reminder, thank you, Face. But yeah, as a reminder, I'm still learning German. My pronunciations on some things are still a bit off. Like, E versus EE. And things like that. So if I stumble here and there, my apologies. Dies ist das von. Actually, I should probably tell you. Yeah. Die Father Told by Terry Pratchett. Dies ist das von flackerndem Kerzenschein erhellte Zimmer mit dem Lebensohren. Zalosa Regale. Gefüllt mit kleinen Sonnerohren, einen für jeden Lebenden. Der Sand darin rinnt von der Zukunft in die Vergangenheit, und das Lesezeichen der einzelnen Corner vereint sich zu lautem Tosen. Dort ist der Herr des Zimmers. Er schreitet durch den Raum und wirkt recht nachdenklich. Sein Name bedeutet Tod. Natürlich, es ist nicht irgendein Tod, sondern ein ganz besonderer. Sein spezieller Werk und Kreis ist nun kein Kreis. Sondern die flache, runde Scheibenbild. Sie ruht auf den Rücken von 4 riesigen Elefanten, die wiederum auf der gewaltigen this is a big one, Sternenschildkröte große Tein stehen. Und von ihrem Rand ergießt sich ein ewiger Wasserfall in die Unendlichkeit des Alls. Wissenschaftler haben errechnet, dass die tatsächliche Existenz für etwas derart Absurdes ungefähr 1 zu einer Million beträgt. Sauber hingegen wissen aus Erfahrung, wie oft Unmögliches und Verrücktes zur täglichen Form werden können. Tod klickt auf Binocularen sehen über die schwarz-weißen Fliesen und murmelt unter seiner Kopfhaus, während Skelettfinger über die Regale mit den Lebensohren tasten. Schließlich nickt zufrieden, griff vorsichtig nach einem der gläsernen Behälter und tragt ihn zur nächsten Käse. Hält ihn ins Licht und beobachtet aufmerksam das winzige Objekt in seinem Inneren. Der Blick leer, glühender Augenhöhlen gilt die Weltschildkröte, die durch die Tiefen des Alls wandert. Ihr Panzer von Kometen und Meteoriten zerkratzt. Todweiß, eines Tages wird selbst große Antennen sterben. Welche Herausforderung schließlich betrachtet das blaugrüne Schimmern der Scheibenwelt, die sich langsam unter ihrer winzigen Satellitenzone dreht. Das Licht des Tages gilt zu der langen Gebirgskette. No. Gebirgskette. I'll have to ask Dave about that one. Die man Spitzhornberg nennt. In jenem Massiv gibt es viele tiefe Täler, Stile, Grate und allgemein gesprochen zu viele Geographie. Es hat sein einiges ganz spezielles Wetter, das zum großen Teil aus Schraubnenregen, Peitschewinden und einer gehörigen Portionblitz und Donner beseit. Manche Leute behaupten, es liege daran, dass die Spitzhornberger jemals älter und gebandigter Magie sind. Naja, die Leute reden eben viel. Toad zwinkert, haut nach Einzelheiten Ausschau und sieht ein weites Grasland an den dreiwartigen Hängen der Berg.
Oh, thank you for that. I try. Everybody deserves a cozy place to relax.
Jetzt sieht einen besonderen Hügel. Jetzt sieht ein Feld. Jetzt sieht einen laufenden Jungen. Jetzt beobachtet seine Stimme klingt wie
bei Erna Tafeln, die aufräumen Granit hier Abfall. Als sagt ja. Zwei Fellows verbarg sich etwas Magisches in dem hügeligen Gelände und dadurch bekam es eine besondere Farbe, weshalb man die Regen Octarines Frostmann nannte. Es war einer der wenigen Orte auf der ganzen Schreibenwelt, die das Wachstum granulärer Pflanzen ermöglichten. Solche Pflanzen wachsen rückwärts in der Zeit. Man bringt die Saat in diesem Jahr aus und erntet in der Vergangenheit. Die Mordsfamilie war darauf spezialisiert, Wein aus reannulen Trauben herzustellen. Die erlesenen Produkte ihrer Arbeit genossen gerade bei Wahrsagern einen ausgezeichneten Ruf, den sie ersetzen Hellseher und ähnliche Zeitgenossen in der Lage, einen Blick in die Zukunft zu werfen. Es gab dabei nur ein Problem. Man bekam zuerst den Katzenjammer und musste anschließend eine Menge trinken, um ihn loszuwerden. Die meisten reannulen Bauern waren groß und kräftig gebaut, und außerdem neigten sie dazu, sich selbst aufmerksam zu beobachten und ständig den Kalender im Auge zu behalten. Wer vergisst gewöhnliche Saat auszubringen, verliert nur die Ernte. Doch wer es versäumt, Getreide zu säen, das bereits vor 12 Monaten geerntet wurde, bringt das ganze Gefüge der Kausalität durcheinander und muss damit rechnen, in die eine oder andere peinliche Situation zu geraten. Die Peinlichkeiten beschränkten sich nicht nur darauf, Mord, jüngster Sohn der Familie, besaß die erstaunliche Gabe, immer wieder für Verlegenheit zu sorgen. Begegente den Erfordernissen des Gartenbaus nicht annahmend mit dem nötigen Ernst und zeigte dabei ein Geschick, das sich kaum von dem eines toten Seesterns unterschied. Oh, ging seinem verwandten durchaus zur Hand, aber mit keiner Art von fähiger, fröhlicher Hilfsbereitschaft, die ernsthafte Männer schon sehr bald fruchteten, weil sie etwas Ansteckendes und Fatales darin sahen. Mord war groß, hatte rotes Haar und Sommersprossen. Sein Körper schien nur teilweise der Kontrolle des Gehirns zu unterliegen und erweckte den Eindruck, einzig und allein aus Kanin zu bestehen. An diesem besonderen Tag lief Mord über den Hang, winkte und reif und aufhorlich. Sein Vater und Onkel standen an der Mauer und beachteten den Jungen versagt. Es ist mir ein Rätsel, dass die Vögel nicht einmal fortfliegen, sagt Vater Letzig. Ich würde mich aus dem Stall machen, wenn eine Schulche Gesaut auf mich zuliefe. Oh, ein wahres Wunder. Der menschliche Körper, meine ich. Seht nur seine Beine an. Man erwartet ständig, dass sie einknicken. Stattdessen ist ziemlich flink damit. Mord erreichte das Ende der Ekelfurche. Eine dicke, Ringetaube watschelte gleichgültig beiseite. Wie den eigensten hat er das Herz am richtigen Platz, sagte Letzig vorsichtig. Oh, was man vom Rest allerdings nicht behaupten kann. Er hält das Haus sauber, fügt Letzig hinzu, und ist nicht viel. Oh ja, das sehe ich. Letzig musterte seinen Bruder, der zum Himmel emporstarrte. Wie ich hörte, ist auf deiner Farm eine Stelle frei. Heimisch, sagt er. Hamisch. Oh, ich habe inzwischen einen Lehrling eingestellt, glaube ich. Oh, machte Letzig durch der Wanden. Gestern lag sein Bruder sofort und errötete nicht einmal. Ein Vertrag mit Unterschrift und Siegel. Tut mir leid. Weißt du, ich habe nichts gegen deinen Sohn. Ein netter Junge, wenn man ihn besser kennt. Es ist nur... ich weiß, brummte Letzig. Er hat zwei linke Hände. Zwei linke Knie, sagt Hamish. Sie beobachten die Gestalt in der Ferne. Mord war gerade gefallen und einige Tauben wankten neugierig nach. Er ist keineswegs dumm. Nein, das bestimmt nicht, fuhr Hamish fort. Ich meine wirklich, Dummheit sei anders aus, glaube ich. Er hat ein Gehirn im Kopf, raunte Letzig ein. Manchmal denkt er so angestrengt nach, dass man ihm eine Ohrfeige geben muss, um seine Aufmerksamkeit zu bekommen. Oma hat ihm das Lesen beigebracht. Ich fürchte, die Belastung war zu groß für ihn. Mord stand auf, stolperte über den Saum seines Umhangs und fiel erneut. Du sollst ihn ein Gewerbe erlernen lassen, schlug Hamish vor. Das Priestrum oder vielleicht die Zauberei. Zauberer lesen viel. Die beiden Brüder wechselten einen besorgten Blick und stellten sich vor, was Matt anrichten mochte, wenn er magische Bücher in die ungeschenkten Hände bekam. Es gibt noch andere Beruf, fügte Hamish hastig hinzu. Bestimmt kann sich Mord irgendwo und irgendwie nützlich machen, glaube ich. Sein Problem besteht daran, dass er zu viel denkt, sagt Letzig. Sieh ihn dir nur an. Normale Jungen überlegen nicht, wie man Vogel erschreckt. Erschreckt. Man verschaut sie einfach und damit hat es sich. Aber Mord brauchte für alles Erklärungen. Das bringt ihn in Schwierigkeiten, ihn und seine Umwelt. Hamish reibt sich das Kinn und überlegte. Vielleicht kann sich jemand anderer um dieses Problem kümmern, sagte er. Lesligs Geschichtsausdruck veränderte sich nicht, aber in seinen Augen blitzte es kurz. Worauf willst du hinaus? Fragt er. Nächstes Woche findet in Schaffrocken der Gewerbemarkt staat. Schick en Auslehrungsdorfen. Sein neuer Herr nimmt ihn unter die Fichte und sorgt davor, dass verehrt, dass sich anständig benimmt. Hang on, I'm trying to see. Okay, so this doesn't really have chapters. Huh. Interesting. Letztes Starte über den Äcker. Mord betrachte gerade Einstein. Ach, ich möchte nicht, dass etwas zu stoßte. Erwiderte skeptisch. Seine Mutter und ich, wir mögen ihn recht gern. Ich meine, man gewöhnt sich an ihn. Es war nur zu seinem eigenen Besten. Jemand soll einen Mann aus ihm machen. Oh ja, sagte Letzig und sie fußte. Rohmaterial gibt's sicher genug.
Okay, I think that's where I'll stop with the German reading for today. Thank you for listening through it. I'm sorry it was too terrible. But we all start somewhere. In other news, I'm actually thinking about starting a small like little YouTube series about what I learned while learning German. And then like difference of culture and stuff versus the US and Germany. Just some thoughts there. But that's gonna require quite a bit of work. Okay, thank you guys for listening. I'm going to switch back to studying because I need to get some studying done. Also, I will edit the VOD later to put the ASMR stuff up on YouTube later. So if you want to listen to the readings again, there you go. And then let me get stuff switched over and get rid of the rainy noises. Okay, let's get that. Let me get this back over here. Get back on the gaming one. Okay, and we're back.
Let's get our lo-fi up. Alright, there we go. We got everything back up. Let me get my mic moved over. I'm gonna take a drink after all that reading. Okay, we got that. We got Nico's wake up and we're ready to go. Okay, now that the reading is done, how are you all doing? How are you all holding up? Sorry I don't talk much during the reading because it's a lot to go back and edit out and all that jazz. Actually, I want different music. There we go. Something a bit more mellow. Ugh. Okay. From my eyeballs. Okay. So once again, Nico's wig is loud at the start. It takes me a second to get it turned down, so I apologize if it's a bit of a jump scare. I'm really sorry. Oh, that's nice. He just gave advice out of his pants. Warum macht sich Nico Sorgen? Hmm. I don't know on this one. Gates.
Oh, Voss goes at the end. Oh no, it goes right there. Das wir Modell wurde von dem psychologischen Schulz von Thun entwickelt. Nach diesem Modell kann eine Ausruhung auf wir. Oh ja. Sehen wir uns ein Beispiel an. Sie wollen Konflikt dort sehen.
got the Yeah, I'm skipping these for today. My throat's like bugging me a bit. Hmm. Oh, yay. Notes, notes, notes. Meh. Actually, I might take a second. I'm gonna go change my contacts. I'll be right back.
Okay, we're back. So I figured out what was wrong with my contacts. So my contacts, like I said, the last couple of days were kind of rough mentally, emotionally. And so there was some tears involved. And when I cry, for some odd reason, if I like go through a period where I cry a little about, which has only happened since being here, which is a whole nother issue. But it kind of leaves this buildup on my contacts. It's weird. So yeah, I gotta clean them. So they're sitting in some cleaning stuff to get that buildup off. Huh? Oh, I can do. Thank you, Steven. Thank you. I wonder how many pages I have left in this book. No, I'm not gonna count because then I'm gonna be like, so no counting, no counting. IEET. Your head on ons normaal. Small. Send us verb. Order. That's subject.
Oh yeah. Two souls. Go. Next. We're on 7. This was helpen. Du sås Nico Nick. Then helpen. Or Sonden. State. Emma. Ein Komma. Ach, dann Win. Der Schweizer. Satz. Wir kurz. Werd. Okay, that's it for that one. For notes, yay! Hang on, I need to see. Okay, yep, we still got this one to do. Okay, I'm sorry again, loud thingy. Oh wait, I want to see. There's notes on this one. Squeak squeak, hi Jen.
Yeah, guten Morgen. Geduld. Wähle para lassen sich scheiden, wenn es die ersten Probleme gibt. Sie sprachen nicht miteinander. Ein Ehe in Deutschland hält durchschnittlich nur nach 15 Jahren. Dann kommt die Scheidung. Es soll nur eine gute Well, you know, as they say, if you speak any language aggressively, it's gonna sound aggressive. But German is actually a really pretty language to listen to. It's very flowing. Wait. Filler words, huh? Um, nah, yeah. They're just kind of like, yeah, well. They don't really use filler words like that. You wouldn't go up to somebody and say, you know, they use like in the literal sense, like as comparing things, or they like something. They don't use it in a colloquial way like we do. I'm pretty sure there are slang things like it, but I don't know them. I just know like Naya, Axo, um, I mean, I think for things like, they just say, I can't think of any off the top of my head. Any German knowers in chat? Or I am not a German knower on this subject. I can't really think of any. You know what? If we go here... Actually, wait. I'll show it after this. I need to finish this first. But this website here actually has like just a list of like common sayings. that's pretty useful. And some of them might fall in that category. But keep in mind that German is a very, 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 very old language that I feel like is meant to get to the point of things. It's not meant to have like a lot of filler. Yeah, honestly, sometimes it's just nice to listen to a different language. Gesprach. Did I spell that right? Bit. Okay, it's a capital. One too many N's. I actually did that earlier. I did a German ASMR reading. Treinung. Ich liebe dich is I love you in German. That's used romantically. That is only romantic. It is Ich habe für dich Leben. And that's the friendship way of saying I have love for you. Double check that one though. I think I might have gotten the word order wrong. That's because the alphabets from language to language are different. Like, you know, the German A and the American A are not pronounced the same way. It's like we have A, B, C. In the US, it's A, B, C. It's not can. In the US, it's can. In German, it's kann. Yeah, and that's another thing. Like, the umlauts in German, it's a, u. And I know I didn't do that right because I can't do the o umlaut and the u umlaut for shit. A, u, u. There you go. See, to me, when I repeat what Dave says when he helps me practice those, it sounds right to me. But to him, it's wrong. And that's because some languages, like those noises are very, very specific, and not just, like, they're pitch specific too. Like, in German, E and I are both E, but the pitch is different. So, like, E, the American E, is E, but then the I, the American I is E. It's a more lower pitch. It's E, E. Hi, Corey. How ya doing? I hope you're having a good day. And also, if there's any German knowers in chat, feel free to correct me or anything, because, yeah. If you're tone deaf, you're screwed. Oh, congratulations! Hopefully they weren't too expensive. Yeah. Yeah. We don't talk about it. Okay. Cheaper or more expensive than a Steam Deck? I'm not gonna lie, I love our Steam Deck. I love it so much. Oh. Well, I was about to ask, because there's 3 different Steam Deck, because of the RAM, I think. I think the most expensive one is like 600 and something. I think. I mean, yeah, I'm not surprised by that. I can't work, so I can't afford it either. Thank you for the vets. Matter of fact, we're rescheduling my exam because, I mean, part of the reason is the money to actually get there. We don't have it. Because it's quite the train ride. Secondly, my knee. I'm still not able to walk as much. So yeah, I'm gonna have to reschedule my exam. I have been made to stay on the couch for the last few days. Yeah, trust me, I'm not happy about it. I've gained back some of my weight. I am not happy. Matter of fact, I told Dave today when he went shopping, no snacks for Mousy. Mousy gets no snacks. I hate how the tab gets stuck on that. I probably got these wrong. Yeah. No snacks for Mousy. Beta, Saxdumia. No, 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 no. E.
Little.
At lunch trotzdem. Dave's back. Willkommen zurück. Of course it smells good in here. You cooked. She's cute Kit Kat. Okay.
Yeah, that's nice.
You're nice.
Synd om jag får du ta något litet.
I already did.
What do you have to touch it all the time?
Because it's what I read. Notes time. Wow.
It's going.
Hmm?
Productive mouse.
Yes, productive mousy.
Good mousy.
No,
It's check.
they'll tell you no. When Dave asks you guys a question, say no. Eh. Did you? No, I'm not. I can confirm, I am not. Kind of a shocking. Ooh, care package. Thank you, Steven.
Biggie. There's that.
Sorry. I didn't get to make a time.
The Wallenmoss.
Because I'm tight.
data. No.
There we go. All right. Ah, blah, blah, blah. Hmm?
So I would like to move something else
That's okay. If you're not, you're not. It's fine. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Chad is cute. Even if you don't have an ass. Hang on, let me look at the... Why doesn't it say when the event will end? Hmm. Whatever. Okay. So I think... Let's get rid of that. Oh, leveled. Again. I will do another care package. Thank you. Blah, blah, blah. So. This is what I'm thinking. I have a plan to do something fun in Minecraft. Hang on, it's got an update. Blah, 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 blah. There we go. You gonna capture it? Hello? This is weird. It's not. Did that do it? It shouldn't be that difficult just to run this. Hmm. That's not working. Will that do anything? No, but it made it look nicer on my end. Huh. Why is this not capturing? Yeah, let's see if that does it. Okay, maybe we're not playing Minecraft. What? OBS won't capture Minecraft.
Considered setting OBS into windowed full screen instead of full screen. That might fix it, but then you have to reset the OBS one. Go to Minecraft, go to settings, set it to a windowed. In Minecraft, I mean, not in OBS.
Nope, still not capturing it. Give me a minute.
Just it's not for the side.
Okay, this is one. I'm gonna transition you over real quick just to see. That forces a... No, that does not force one. I'll need to look into that.
Yeah, it's fine. I can wait till I can always do something else.
Do you have Optifine?
What's Optifine?
Do you use any fancy shaders and shit?
No. This is vanilla.
Delete the game capture source. Close. Reopen as administrator. Re-add the capture source. Yeah. Might be that you need to make the capture source again. Or even start OBS as an administrator because it's technically Java. So.
Yeah, but starting OBSs and then start messes with other shit. That's the problem. OBS. Let's do this. Yep, I made a new source and it doesn't capture it.
Yeah, when you gotta restart OBS, but that would just do.
Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it then. Well, just do something else.
When you're talking to, you could swap to Windows capture, like where you capture the whole screen and use it that way. That would just be a bit annoying because then you can't do anything in front of Minecraft.
Yeah.
Just like, well, on that monitor. That means you have to actually use your second monitor for anything else.
Yeah. Well, what to do then? Let's look at games then. You know what? Honestly, I don't know what to do. Like, I have things I want to do, but none of them are like stream things.
Did you have the game that Drake got you? That's why I have a long list of stuff.
Well, good for you. Ha-ti-da. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. This is what we're gonna do. This goes over here. I'm dragging you all with me again. And let's get this for some music. Okay, now it's not capturing this. What the hell?
Could just be an OBS hiccup. But instead.
Okay, it captures that. Now capture that. Maybe it just doesn't. Maybe this? Okay, that works. Barb. Y'all are gonna learn how to do art with me. Sorry for the pain I'm about to cause you. Blah, 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 blah. Okie. Okay, now is this gonna fit? No. Okay, there we go. That fits. Okay, so I gotta think about how I want to do this. I don't know what I'm doing. That's okay. What was it I was trying to do? Oh yeah, like a ruler. Okay, that's weird. I don't care for that. Okay, there we go. That's what I want. I think. Yep, that's what I want. I'm gonna make the tiles a little bit bigger. Okay. I'm making a friend or something. We'll see if it turns out any good. What I have in my head. Nope, no, 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 I don't like that.
Wait, which one was I getting rid of again? Well, that's not helpful. Wait, hang on. Right button. Why is the eraser not working? Or I'll just... There, that's a little better.
I'm on the right track. Ah, thank you for the care package. Okay. It keeps coming out looking like bunny ears. Hmm. Well, now those look more like mouse ears. Hmm. I need to pull up. Okay, so I think I got that. Okay, I think I know where I'm going wrong here. Okie dokie, Drake. Has good rest.
Yeah, it looks too much like chinchillas. Get rid of... You know, that looks more like a dog. used to.
Okie dokie, has good eat, Drake. Yup. Honestly, I think that's about as good as I'm gonna get. Especially with my skill level.
Well, you can't waste the skill.
And we can always come back to it later, too. Hi, Naragoon. Yeah. Trying to make something for Buffle's birthday. Hmm. So now I'm on the face.
was a bit more proportionate.
You know what?
Oh, that's fair.
There we go.
No, that's too close together. mother here.
I'm gonna do this.
Jeez. Mm-hmm.
Let's try. I'm happy with that. The question is, where did that save to? Okay, I found it. Good. Okay. There. I got done what I wanted to get done. And I think I'm going to end there because my head's starting to hurt. And go burr. And not in a good way. Let's raid Bear. We never get to raid Bear. It's usually the other way around. So let's return to Bits and Bobs. Bob's your uncle. Yeah, my head's really starting to hurt. Okay, there's a raid message if you so choose to use one. I don't know if I'll be back tomorrow for a learning stream because, tomorrow night is Dave's night, but we'll see. If not, I know I'll be back for sure Sunday. And I'll get the ASMR videos edited and posted soon on the YouTube. So stay tuned for those. For more mousy voice. Yeah, squeak squeak. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go rest because my head hurts. No, my head just really hurts. But yeah, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day and a great start to your weekend. I'll talk to you guys soon. I love y'all. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, I just wanted to say thanks for watching. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button and to follow my Twitch, Twitter, and Discords for more updates on when and if I'll be live or if there will be any delays in videos. Thank you so much for watching. Have a nice day.